Hey, hi, hello, welcome to the Petal Party. I'm your host, Buttercup, animator, illustrator, sequential artist. We out here doing the good work. What's the good work, you may be asking? It's just playing Hades 2 and doing a little bit of art for pay. That's the good work. You already know. We're out here doing the Lord's work insofar as the game loads. We're out here doing the Lord's work. I forgot to pop out my who's it? Chat. Pop that chat out. Pop that chat out. What's going on with this situation? Why is the game not loading? Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is. All right. Yes. Let's do a little Hades, why don't we? I don't have any plans. I've literally done everything I think that there is to do besides just finishing these high heat runs. And that's not necessarily something I'm interested in, but I do be loving this game. I think we've exhausted. Okay, no, we still need to figure out the terms to get Arachne to come back to the house. And I think we've exhausted all of Dionysus and Athena's dialogue. So maybe we try going downstairs.
I bid you shine for me again tonight.
Let us begin this victory.
Hell yeah, sister.
Which suits you?
This one, please. I'm in.
I'll slay you.
Oh, fuck. Get them.
Ashes.
Hammer, please. I'm so surprised that I ended up liking this new weapon so much. I wouldn't have presumed to enjoy it. Anybody want to spawn near me? Yeah, do that. Yeah.
A fish is near.
You know what? If the one on the right is Demeter, then we want that more than we want. Ooh. Okay.
This is a soul belly.
That hurt. I don't like things that hurt. Damn. Okay, sure. This will benefit us in the long run, so I'm gonna take it. She's already in the boondoggle. Oh, and we can just do this.
Valuable enough.
What do you want?
Oh man.
Gotta hit something sometimes. You know how it is. Could make it worth your while.
Invite Nemesis to take her best shot. She will deal 16 damage. Boost the potency of one of your boons. I'll accept. What's that?
Thank you.
She's gonna take my chaos brigade.
Won't hurt at all.
Screw ye. For the next one encounters, your dash is slower and uses 3 mana. Boons have a 44% chance to be rare or better. That can be good for synergy with our Hera boons. 5 mana every 1 second. If we prime, whenever you use mana, prime until this expires. 4 encounters. Inferno Bomb. I think we'll do this one.
Excellent.
Hell yeah. This is good news. Ow. That fucking hurt. Oh, what?
In the name of hate.
Okay. I think.
Something of value there.
Did our special kill all the other enemies? Check this out. Bitch. Bitch.
Out.
Delicious. Oh, hello.
Let me show you the way.
Please, 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 please.
Why, hello there.
No new dialogue. Sad.
I heard you softly moving through the trees, and now you're here.
I was hoping that I would be able to progress your plot a little bit. Oh, did you finish 9 Souls? Yeah, I was able to beat the final boss last night. But no one was here to see it. This stream was empty, and I achieved my great task. Ooh, ow.
Woods take you.
Hell yeah. Oh,
Tula, go for it.
dang. Yeah, the VOD is up on here and on YouTube though if you want to see it. Need more health.
Like a figment.
It's done.
Hell yes.
Accept this message.
Hell yes. Oh, do I want sport? Do I want cast? Or I think cast, yeah. And then we'll increase it a little bit. Just a little.
Not even a scratch.
I mean,
You have learned much since first we fought. The all-consuming flame. Aha. Arise again, sisters.
ow, what the fuck? Help. I literally just hit the dodge button. Don't understand how that could have happened. Well, I'm screwed. I can't. Oh, I can't dodge it. Ow. Okay, well, my fucking shit broke. I was depending on that to get me more money. Game's a bit loud.
The true test lies beyond.
Where does it lie beyond? Where's the true test? Huh? This what? What the like a waterfall in slow motion. Like a map with no ocean.
Cinder.
I haven't seen Grandpa around here in a while. Wonder how he's doing. Not actually. Dude sucks.
The file.
Heck yes. Okay.
Heading in.
Haven't gotten any magic upgrades.
Smite them.
Yeah, I'll be honest. This special is a little bit OP.
Ash for my arcana.
We need more magic.
Those
Oh.
spirits get around.
Interesting.
Whoa. Tula, fish.
Wow.
Come on out. This is a stockfin.
Stockfin.
What?
Hi, Narcissus.
Not a would-be suitor. You sure come around a lot.
What you trying to say? I wanted a secret or a hidden boon if that was possible. So, Stardust is. What do I use Stardust for? Feeding the animals. I'm conflicted. I'll take one of these.
Some stardust. Thanks. Olympus, I accept this message.
Can I get that, interesting. I think I will do this.
All right,
Chop.
here goes.
Zeus? Or, no, oh, got enough for all three. Let's see, what do we get? During your hex, your cast has the same effect as your omega cast. I love to hear that. After using your hex, you have dodge chance. More damage to guardians, always the best. Yes. Lasts for 1 additional second. You did 20% damage. Charges automatically, cast does additional damage, and might as well just fill out this whole side here. Okay, Zeus, give me your sprint. Yeah. Oh, actually? Yeah, we'll replace the attack with the I mean, it's not. Oh, I should have got more magic.
Next.
How did that miss? More magic. Oh, you only have enough for one boon. I think we'll just get more health. Save our money.
Vitality.
Hello, ladies.
Oh, hey, lady. We've been practicing. You want to hear our latest jam? We are Skilla and the Sirens!
Wait, this is just the usual song. I was expecting something different. Yeah, I'm doing too much damage too fast. Damn, I fear that, what's his name? Bruno simply has no chance. No one even got to attack.
That's quite enough of them.
Did anyone hit? Did I get hit? No. Jesus. Okay, maybe we're a little too OP? Question mark.
Some assistance, please. No escape.
No escape.
Titan. Which keepsake now?
I think we gotta go with this one. Yeah. Melanoi. Increase the rarity of my next boon. Don't mind if I do.
I need this. Enough of this.
Need to find the nearest tree. Oh, fuck me.
Grow golden once again.
Money. Did I get it? I think I did. Fuck. They killed me. Who's all that's left?
They come. Good.
Oh. Damn, I don't really care for Apollo like that.
Now then.
I think we want a hammer. If I had a hammer, hammer in the morning, hammer in the evening, all over this land. If I had a hammer in the morning.
Flourish.
I think we'll prioritize the hammer as our final grab. That means we can grab this. Cool.
Pray to focus.
Grab this. Grab this. Grab this. Ooh, ow. And then this is the last thing, right? Yep.
Lummy eye.
Oh, I meant to dot to. Launch and fly faster? Hell yeah. Launch me and fly me faster, daddy. Echo.
Finally, a cheerful sight.
A cheerful sight. Cheerful sight.
He's so sweet. Which of my boons have the highest level right now? This one, double? Actually, this could go crazy. This one, choose one of 3 boons from last night, but having a level 8, no, we're doing this. This is just because it's absurd. Yeah, we gotta do this one. What's our health at? 230? Yeah. We're doing just fine.
Flourish.
Oh, hello.
Smite them.
Who's left?
Olympus, I accept this.
Jewel boon. Okay, so surprise, surprise. How do I get her legendary? Hmm? Oh, we've got 2 Path of Stars and a magic. Oh, and Ash. I didn't see the Ash. Ow. Ash. Oh, that was the money. Money. 1 path of stars. Love having no other choice. 2 paths of stars.
All right, Tula.
Critical damage to distant foes. 20% damage. Boom, boom. Don't mind if I do. Ooh, ooh, ooh. We'll go with the shop. We're so broken, like it doesn't really matter what we do at this point.
It's over. It's a sobby. In the name of Hades.
Hello, Charon. Yeah, this is just absurd. Okay.
You'll soon feel better, Cerberus, I swear.
Yeah, because I'm busted, so you're just not even gonna have a chance to do much of anything, honestly.
Stop bothering the dog.
Sorry, dude. I'm just so busted, dude, that...
You shades, leave him alone.
Mm. Yeah. An infernal malady.
Return now to your master in abode.
Yeah, we'll go see him. Go say hi. Although sometimes he doesn't show up there. We get to talk to Boldy. Okay, now we switch to the unnecessarily potent goddess.
Unseen.
Tartarus.
Few chambers to the house.
Tartarus.
I'll see you soon.
Oh, fuck me. Oh, I gotta get rid of this thing first. Yep.
Burn.
Nope. Ooh, that was close.
Good find. Aid me.
Why would you even let me do this? Level 11 Scorch. I gotta do it, right? Like, that's just
Set.
200 damage every second is crazy. Hey, buddy.
Sorry, boy.
You don't want to be pet.
Feared watchdog Cerberus regards the princess with his 6 expectant eyes.
Don't worry. I'm a beat up grandpa.
The Titan before. You know full well what it takes.
You're correct. I'll be honest, it takes you giving me good boons, so... Well... It's okay, we're broken. You got us on a broken run, so it's fine. I mean, it might. I make no promises. Ow.
This is my father's realm.
If there's one thing I know about this place, it's that this is my father's realm. I don't think I'm even gonna use my fucking special anymore. Or not my special, but my big move. Like, I don't need it until the final boss.
3 chambers still to go.
What? Where are we at? Have I been in this room before? I don't remember this one. Just 200 damage per second is so absurd.
Go, Tula.
I legitimately don't remember this room.
And caught. Figures. Now to the matter at hand.
Are there any other doors? No. This is just a long ass room. It looks kind of like the way station in the original game. Ow. That hurt. Ow. Oh no, I'm stuck.
One remains.
Wait, that's not true. Get passion dash.
You and me.
Yeah, that's just, look at that damage. It's just absurd.
Master will fare no better.
You witches get to have all.
Thank you, Passion Rush.
Wow.
Meh. Oh, hell yeah. And no risk of dual boons.
Lost it buzzing.
We're a good match.
Hell yeah.
Just look at the flickering, sorry mess we've become. But we've all got to pull our weight.
Let's take it easy now. You'll burn.
Oh, you got yourself a slap on the wrist. I recommend applying ice and ointment every now and
Ooh, yes.
One chamber left. Strike true.
Wow.
That's that.
$1.5K.
What do we have in stock?
I think I want.
Victory. Fine work, Tula. Hear me, on my authority.
We should get health. Hey, yo, this is kind of Barbo.
By her grace. My heart.
Just do more power, more damage up front specifically. Okay. All right, we should be done with this run in like 3 minutes. Let's time it. We're at 21:34 or 21:35 technically.
That the combined combined might of my forces proved insufficient against the mere
2134 or 2135.
What's this? Vast are the armies at my beck and call. Consumed by darkness. What's this? I grow weary of your antics, girl. Angry now, are we? Stop now. This is
It was 2135. Now it's 2328.
once more by a mere god.
2 minutes.
You think that you prevailed?
Didn't even use a death defiance.
Tell you,
Told you go back to
such power.
chaos from whence you came.
From shadow sprang the peeling.
Oh, I didn't mean to pause it. Gonna see if there was an update recently. No.
As witch Millenoi, and back to shadow she returns for now. We shall resume her tale at another time.
No! Return to Shadow now.
Cool.
Oh, so that's the way it is.
Damn, if they're chanting, that means that
Okay.
Arachne's not here. All I wanted was for Arachne to be here.
Up you go. Grow strong. So mote it be.
Got the tail end of that.
The task.
Yeah. Okay. So still no Arachne. No other tasks to be done. We do have the resources to make some more beast love morsels. How many do we have though? Because I think if and when we get another update and I need stuff to give to Gali, I'll need 3 1 to lure her, and then 3 for each upgrade. Is that right? This should be enough. Better safe than sorry. You never know. They could introduce a whole other additional what do you call it?
Heard the good news.
Got my eye on you, Trouble.
Familiar.
Keep your nose clean.
That's so fucking funny.
I'll just clean this up.
Like Strife gives a shit. I got my eye on you, Trouble. Better keep your nose clean. You're the least cop person in the world. In the universe. Okay. Yeah, we'll do a little quick game. And for those who missed it, but happen to be here now, we can watch back the my defeating of a gong in Jammu. It was yesterday. Was it this one? I think so. Yeah. All right. Where was the last? I think this is the final attempt. Yeah, because I switched. Okay, so in the final attempt, I switched from using the bombing technique that I had been using to having it go off automatically, and then just immediately won. Look at me concentrating. All these lip movements, lip stimmies. Hell yeah, look at this dance. We're dancing, baby. You should ace jump scare. That was incredible. Let's look out like a quarter of her health in one go. Got one heal left. Oh, and she got me. Last heal. Got me down to 25% health. %10 health. And we got her. Yeah. Felt pretty good about it in the end. Used up all my heals, had 10% of my health, but we still pulled it off. Still pulled through. Okay, I just got super hungry suddenly, which is concerning. I guess that means that I didn't eat enough last night. I could just drink coffee and sort of delay the inevitable, or I could go make myself a meal. Where's Galaxy? They went to go get their hair done. But that was a long time ago, and I don't think a dye job should take as long as it has. I'm gonna check on them. Maybe get myself some food. Like a map with no ocean. Like a waterfall in slow motion. Oh my god, they're fully still uptown. Okay. Well, let's hope that the hair thing is going well. I think I'm gonna do the conscientious, the self restorative thing of going and making myself a meal, which does threaten uh the quality of stream going forward on account of the fact that I will likely return uh with the itis, but I just need to get something in my tummy. So I'm gonna put on some music and I'll be back. To work on the character designs that we were doing yesterday. All right, back in a bit. Hey y'all, I'm back. Yo, new folding ideas just dropped. Let's do a reaction. I feel like Dan of Folding Ideas has been unraveling a little bit in the wake of the success of his NFT video. But I'm curious to know what sort of stuff he's been working on more recently. Like his last video that came out like a month or two ago was like about was angry video game nerd and like Dan's own relationship to filmmaking as a practice and whether or not he considers himself a filmmaker. And I kind of want to see what the next phase of that sort of unraveling looks like. I'm gonna primarily have that up on screen for now. Ooh, 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 ooh. Okay, it's called Man Tracks, a true story of fake fossils, which is hilarious. We'll get started watching it and I'll link it in the YouTube chat so that y'all can listen to along. And in Twitch chat. Well, I'll have it full screen with subtitles on that y'all can see. All right. Burnham Brown. So the kind of person who like more accurately destroyed much of what it was that he was trying to discover. This is reminding me of like early Egyptology too, right? Where they're like, we got to figure out how to get into this tomb. How about we blow it up? Also, I love that Dan is hiring people. I mean, you know what? I wouldn't put past him to have done this art, but my guess is that he hired like people to do these sort of storyboard like he was talking about how he really enjoys PBS Ideas channel in his last video, and like they would also hire like a team of animators. So maybe he's thinking, how about I get my Ken Burns on and hire some folks to help me out while I do my little docudramas. Is this folding ideas? Yep. Freeloaders. Oh, this is folding ideas. Yes. Okay, so the last video that Dan put out was a like weird deconstruction of his relationship to filmmaking in general, and I'm suspecting because it was posted so recently that like it was like that he was making this other video simultaneously. Like look at this. 6 months ago he had this big ass beard looking fucking scraggly as hell. I feel the thing that I was saying is that like I think that he was sort of reeling from the success of Line Goes Up, right? It's got 16 million views currently, and since then every single one of his videos has been like cracking 2.5 million, which is not necessarily like not universally true. Seems like a few of his like earlier videos that were about film were breaking those numbers, but 16 million views online goes up. It seems like he's been unraveling for a little bit. I'm excited to see what he's doing with this thing. Your video is skipping like crazy and refreshing isn't helping for some reason. My video is skipping like crazy. Everything seems fine on my end. I've got a steady 3 megabyte upload speed. CPU is only at 4%, meaning that like it's not using that much energy. I don't think it's the stream. Like if I open my Twitch stream, it just stopped. Okay. IDK, what's up with Twitch? Yeah, stream seems fine. Okay, back to this. fucking cool as hell. Local crick? Oh, here we go. I love me a dinosaur. Because the flood. Looks and behaves. Oh my god. Oh shit. Wait, hold on. What year? Hold on. Okay, for a split second, I got scared because I have a cousin who is like adjacent to the Barnes part of my family, but her last name's Holmes. I think I'm okay. I was like, oh no, did my cousin do this? Hold on, I missed some stuff. Yikes. Bugbear. We're so cooked. Oh my god. Oh god. Oh my god. I didn't find many evidences. There was an arc. The evidences. Hmm. A library? I'm dead. This is so funny. This is actually offensive to my sensibilities about so many things. The Ossifists. Uh, Fossilized human finger. Fossil. Okay. Mm. I as an indigenous person am offended that they're saying that a 200-year-old skeleton of an indigenous person is on display at a museum. That's offensive to me. Excuse me? Hmm? Show me. I need to see. I'm guessing that there's no notable difference, but I need to see. Cutie pie. I feel like I'm correct, but also just coming back from the hair place, it just looks cuter because they're like they want you to really. You were gone for so long though.
Yeah.
What was that about?
Well, I got the
Was there a long line? Wait.
no. Well, to be fair, I should have been back like 30 minutes ago.
Mm-hmm.
But I forgot my spray, so I had to I was already on 83, so I had to turn around and go get it. And then
You came back here?
no. No. To this I had to go back to the
Oh, okay.
And then right down here by the light, the light right before I turn into the garage.
Mm-hmm. An accident?
A cop's car was like getting towed because like the front end was all fucked up, and I'm like, I feel like you did that yourself. I'm gonna be really honest with you. And this is the worst bottleneck you could have fucking created. You're telling me you couldn't have moved that fucking car to like one of the lanes on either side instead of just staying in the fucking middle? So I should have been back like
But there were got you.
I mean, I was there for it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay, okay. It was good therapy. Mm-hmm. Okay. Uh, okay. You got an hour. I was gonna ask. Oh, did you like the place? Like, was it a good substitute given that it wasn't your usual? Okay. Make sure you had a good time. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Okay, sleep tight. Most museums I've seen do native folks dirty. Yeah. There's a in there's a season of Dimension 20, the actual play video cast, called The Unsleeping City, and it's set in New York. And there's an arc in the story, or an indigenous person, like an indigenous wizard, um like is fighting he's a non he's like an npc, a non-player character, but like after the fight is over, he's like, okay, I'm gonna dimension door into this fucking like indigenous exhibit and steal everything back for my people. Anyone want to come with me? And like a couple of people are like, yeah, sure, dude, like we'll come help you out. And then like another character like comes and is like, oh, by the way, there's even more stuff like in the vault in the basement. And like he's like, y'all go ahead and go back to the like HQ. I'm going downstairs. Like I'll see y'all in a bit. It's just like a really good like bit about like this 20 something indigenous kid like stealing a bunch of shit back from um the museums. One time on Labor Day, there was a car accident on the FDR. Yeah, I know the FDR. That's already a huge traffic day. They left the totaled car in one lane and had a whole police van taking up the second lane. What the fuck? Took like 4 hours to get home, 35-minute drive with no traffic. Reclaiming. Yeah. I love narratives like that. Like that's part of the reason why I like Dimension 20 is that they just like wear their like leftist like attitudes on their sleeve, and so every opportunity they get to like plug, like it's just fun fantasy storytelling, but then like there'll be a group of hobbits who are just like uh like listen, laws are like fake rules that are instituted by authority in order to like disenfranchise and displace and discourage exploited peoples. So if you want to fight against the system, I recommend you go and kill some cops. It's just like, oh my god, cool. uh Super Mutant Magic Academy. You came across a cave. You see shadows on the wall. It's a wyvern. Arm yourselves, people. Whoa, wait. Is the wyvern provoking us? Do we know its intentions? Is the wyvern's family with him or her with him or her in the cave? Hugo. Seriously, let's think about this. It's not a little it's not a little unethical to barge into someone's house and kill them for no reason. Even if they're a monster, that's the game. It could have like gold and treasure. God knows this campaign could use a bit of both right now. Oh, okay. You know, even in the Middle Ages, they had rules about this stuff. This isn't the Middle Ages, dude. This is the age built on the crumbling ruins of decadent magocracy. Well, I refuse. And since I'm the only one with a ring of flying and immunity to poison, you can't defeat it without my help. Much later. It's the 32nd year of the peace in the kingdom. You're preparing organic soybeans for barter with the neighboring villages farming collective. Guys, isn't this great? Yeah, what's funny is that you know Wiz and Satan, right? Regulars on stream. The funny thing about this is like this is kind of their goal with the TTRPG game that Wiz is designing. That like Wiz hates D&D because like Faye has strong conviction that it is a war game. Fundamentally, there's no way to like disabuse the system of that fundamental quality. And so Faye was like talking with me a bunch about doing world building for a fair new TTRPG system, which is like about fighting systems of control that exist, but then there's a whole gameplay component that's about organizing projects that would help to enrich the community and incentivize players to model those behaviors. I unironically support this wholly. Yeah. I love it, but at the same time, like can't imagine finding it extremely understimulating. So I'm like, hell yeah, but also can't imagine playing and being like, I'm bored. Oh God. Triggering. Oh my God, this fucking Kinham jump scare, bro. Wow. Were you a young earth creationist when you were evangelical? Yeah, there was no alternative. The missing link. Oh no. Yeah. Here's the thing, right? The um or here's how I like to put it is that I have always been a lore nerd, but for the first 18 years of my life, all of that energy was dedicated. I'll say first 16 years of my life, all of that energy was dedicated to making the Bible make sense to me. Right? I was the kind of person who was doing all this stuff that they're talking about in this doc. Like, I literally like went through the Bible, mapped out how long all of the characters in the was it Deuteronomy? There's Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers. No, Deuteronomy is the law one. I think Leviticus and Numbers have a bunch of like genealogical data in them that talk about how long a person lived, who their kids were, et cetera, et cetera. Um, um, and like going from Adam to Moses. And I was one of the people who like did the math to be like, okay, let's assume that the average age that they had kids was 20, and like um uh you know, and like see how many people, yeah, and then blank begat blank, who knew blank, and begat blank, exactly, yeah. And like I did the math to see how old uh the earth was, uh like from Adam to Moses, and then like went to the New Testament to look at the lineage of from David to Jesus, and like also did the math to see how long it was from then to then, and then like filled in the gap in between by going to all of the other books to find, like I was a lore nerd about like checking the accuracy of the internal consistency of the Bible. And that's why like around age 16, somewhere between 16 and 18, like I was like, this makes no goddamn sense. Like eventually it had run its course. And I was like, okay, I there's no amount of trying to make this make sense that I can do to actually make it make sense. My parents loved that place. My parents donate to the Museum of the Flood. Genre. Wait, is there still an hour left in this? No, okay, I was about to say. It's 2 minutes. Thanks, Dan. That was spectacular. I'm so glad that he's back on his grind, making fun oddities like this. Truly a folding of idea. Okay. Well, this entire time I've been drawing, and there's part of me that wants to be like, let's just watch me draw for a little bit. But that was honestly really engaging and helped me on like a productivity level a lot more than I feel you know, other things might have. So unless someone's got something they particularly want to talk about, I might just find another video to react to. Boodum dum boodum doodum. Boodum dum doodum dum. Boodum dum doodum doodum doodum. Boodum dum doodum dum. Boodum dum doodum dum. Boodum dum doodum dum. Okay, I don't see any objections. So let's see if any of my other subscriptions have posted recently. Subscriptions? Subscriptions? I'm live. Learn Japanese is live. Okay. Well, obviously these Wellens post daily. Mitty moved post daily. Oh, I was in the middle of watching some more news. Some more news's latest video, and I stopped. I guess I finished watching it. Why does AI art suck so much? Some more news. An hour-long video. Fucking terrifying. Terrifying. Who did this graphic? An insect stream. Magical mechanical contraption. What are we ewing at? This is a video about why does AI art look bad? We're ewing at earlier Cody, the host, played the Coca-Cola ad that aired in the US over the holidays, and it was made with AI art and was terrifying to look at. And so that was, I think that's what Layla was ewing at. I don't even want to let AI images occupy space in memory. Mm-hmm. Every filmmaker. Uh Okay, wait. Oh, how and why does Ben Affleck know about large language models? Huh, hold on. I'm so frustrated because I hate Casey Affleck with the entirety of my being, and it renders me like I was willing to by proxy cancel Matt Damon and Ben Affleck just because of how much I hate Casey Affleck, but repeatedly Ben Affleck and Matt Damon have proven to me that they're not their brother. Do you know what I'm saying? I need to know why Ben Affleck on AI, on generative AI. Why does he know anything about this? When has he always been like this? I'm so confused. Who thought that it would be good to have the person with that brain play Batman? I'm okay. Deeply fascinating. Okay. Faye says, in the lore of Warhammer 40k, AI became super sentient and created the the Men of Iron and tried. You said my ears? Why are your ears? Man doesn't know about streaming wars. Why did you say your ears? Was it loud? It's not loud. I don't understand. After listening to that man. Okay. After that, all machines are controlled by cybernetic humans who collectively destroy any kind of AI that emerges or gets discovered. With the context, I saw a Warhammer 40k AI fan post, and all the comments were roasting this fan with heresy. My man doesn't know about the streaming wars. Okay. I'm astonished because I think that he's 100% correct, that this is prophecy. And I'm baffled because I want to know, when did he become this literate in these topics? Like, I have no critique of this analysis because like by the end of it, he's like, listen, in a perfect world, rather than AI farming free to access media as its source data, like all the things that were pumped into it, likenesses and all, would be like the people who actually bear those likenesses would get residuals from the production of these kinds of products. And he's like, and that's not going to happen, which is, I'm just like, that's it will happen, but it won't be a good thing. No, the thing that won't happen is the thing that he's describing. Yeah, no, that's the thing, is he's saying that it's bad. That's what I'm astonished by, because like at the beginning, like this person is like asking him, he's sitting there just in disbelief. Disintermediate? Wow. Okay. Interesting. Deeply fascinating. Debate bro Affleck. When did he become this? Like, I'm remembering, was he on Jimmy no, late night? There's a no, 8 years ago, 10 years ago. There's like a relatively recent. No, not this one either. It was 11 years ago. There was like a recent thing that I saw him say, and I was just like, what the fuck? It seems like I'm just astonished. I didn't know that he had this sort of like analysis. I think he was always like this, but as an actor, he rarely got to do anything other than being the plucky, charming actor guy. I don't want to listen to AI stuff. I'll be back. Okay, well, the rest of the whole episode that I'm watching, if you have listen, Faye, if you're still here, which I doubt, I'm down to watch whatever chat suggests. The reason why we're watching this is because no one suggested anything else. I retain the right to veto and not watch something if I'm like, I don't want to watch that. But also, if chat suggests something, I am super open to watching something else. The reason why we're watching this is because I can't think of anything that I want to watch more. Were you talking about his appearance on Bill Maher? Oh yeah. Thank you. Love that. Yeah, against Sam Harris. When does I just fucking hate Sam Harris so much. He's so exhausted. No, he's still alive. Who am I thinking about? Ben's so fucking fed up. Okay, thank you. Sorry that was overwhelming. LMAO, why are black people always in it? What you talking about? Why did Ben bring up black people? Or why the other person, the third the curly hair person said it is like how we talk about black people? Because we're the what do you call it? I'm gonna say the typeset. What is it called when you have the we're the archetype for like how badly you can treat people for long periods of time. The gold standard. Yeah. Yeah, because anti-black racism is the fulcrum of white supremacy. There you go. We got a little Afro-pessimism, a little critical Afro-pessimism in there. But the reason why I wanted to watch this clip is because I didn't realize this was a decade ago. And when I first saw this clip a year, maybe two ago, I was astonished at how emotional it was making Ben Affleck to just hear Sam Harris and Bill Maher be just bigots. He's like, it was actually enraging him to see people just openly express bigotry. And I was like, oh shit, okay, Ben Affleck is not the how did he and obviously he became fatigued playing Batman because he had to do it under the watchful eye of Zack Snyder, and in the same room as people like Gal Gadot and a non-binary nightmare gremlin, the Flash. But how did he even put up with it for 10 minutes? You know what I mean? Because he seems so understandably and justifiably angry. Self-congratulatory bigots at that. Yeah. I'm just astonished because hearing his commentary on AI, I'm like, yes, that's correct. That is a 100% accurate prediction about how
on a consumer level and an industry level this is going to operate. And like, and he was talking about like best case scenario of like using the what do you call it, neural networking, large language and large data models to streamline otherwise extremely difficult technology. Like that is what it could be tooled for, but instead what it's being tooled for is awful things. And it's miles and miles away from being able to do the stuff that people are like, oh, like, should we be afraid of it? And he's like, we should be afraid of it, but because it's a disease, not because not because it will replace replace anything. What it's going to do is it's going to streamline a lot of processes, and industry will find ways to lay off a bunch of people and not pay a bunch of people, and it'll bring costs down heavily in this one area while using up a shit ton of resources in another. And the unfortunate consequence is that the people whose likenesses and things have been feeding the data are likely not going to see residuals or any royalties from being used in this software. But like in an ideal world, like if we were going to develop the software at all, the thing that it should or could theoretically be used for is streamlining things like in the MCU, they have the actors wear their like superhero costumes on set, and then someone has to go in and frame by frame clean up all of the like imperfections in the spandex, or like if a person's junk is hanging out, like obfuscating that for the purpose of censoring it. And like theoretically what AI could do is make that person's job a lot easier by doing it in chunks rather than having to go frame by frame to do that work. But instead what it's probably going to be used for is replacing entire job sectors entirely in the film industry in service of like making things actually just look shitty or make someone's junk look less big. Pretty much every actor. What are you saying? I remember that they did that for the same franchise that Ben played Batman in, or was it? I can't remember. I remember they did that to Superman, but that was not what I wanted people to hyperfixate on. My point is that it's going to, what do you call it? Like they're going to find a corner of the industry to hyperfocus the energy, the AI energy into, and that's going to cut out a bunch of jobs, but it's also going to result in much worse product because the AI is never going to be able to discern like when to chill. And so everything's going to look uncanny. Everything's like, I'm worried that we're headed into a decade of something similar to what I call the digital dark ages. That was like the early 2000s when people hadn't gotten accustomed to using computer graphics to make things, and so everything looked really uncanny. I'm worried that we're headed into a solid decade of media produced like that, where everyone knows it's AI and is weirded out by it, but because it's cheaper to use like for studios, that we'll end up seeing a shit ton of things that look, and it'll be unavoidable, right? They'll start using it in movies and we'll just like not be able to like be like, I object to this on the grounds that it's AI, period, because it'll just be so ubiquitous. And I'm imagining that like in the same way that I avoid all anime from basically the year 2000 to the year 2009, like we're about to encounter a media landscape where everything is going to look gross, and it's going to be because studios were able to make it a lot cheaper than they would have otherwise using, you know, human labor. But then, you know, that'll also lead to the all creative industries sort of like bombing out because they won't have the kind of laborers, skilled laborers to do that kind of work. And I don't know what happens after that. Like I think that what Ben said is accurate, and I don't know what happens like in the year 2035 after we've all gotten so used to it that we're bored of it. Oh my god, Data.
What stuff? Ask me about my butthole. That's right, I said that. I would actually love to have a bidet. Same. My folks have one? Wow. So sophisticated. Today is the day for bidets. Oh, based. I'm dead. A snail's turd. Delicious. Nom nom nom. Delicious. I don't understand why people don't understand. I don't understand why people don't understand that everyone is capable of being creative. They just have to practice their discipline. I mean, I think that what the person said about like there being a like general, like I see it in the Black community all the time whenever I show people like the things that I draw. Like, think about how many people go like, oh my god, I could never do anything like that. Like the best that I can do is a stick figure, right? People are deeply insecure about and would like rather never try to do certain things than to embarrass themselves by trying to do something. Like a lot of human creative energy, at least under capitalism and in urban areas, is sort of beaten out of us by like the declaration of its impracticality. I think that a lot of people, like I think that, you know, something like 98% of people start out like doodling and having a fun time like doing graphic design and stuff in their sketchbooks and stuff, and then it gets policed out of them by the education system. And at some point, because of like what developmental age that happened to them at, they just never try again, you know. I think there are a lot of people who are brain bricked into thinking that they cannot be creative. Even my partner, who is incredibly artistic and skilled as an artist, like does not see themselves as an artist because like they're like, no, I'm just like I'm doing a little bit of research and then copying what other people have done. And I'm like, that's what art is. That's fully what art is. But like inside their mind, they're like, oh no, I'm not creative. I'm not creative like you're creative. And I'm like, you do the exact same thing that I do, and in my opinion, more skillfully than I do it. I don't understand. So there's just a bunch of people who are convinced that they can't be creative, even if this actually ties back to actually, let me read what Layla said, because like I've got a very specific thing that I want to talk about. My low energy response is it's skill more than talent, and anyone can develop it. Yes, I agree with that. Okay. Tied back to what Layla just said about skill, the word art, and I've talked about this a bunch. I have a whole like TikTok series about it, but the word art originally used to mean skill, and developed into, as a consequence of academia, the idea of the liberal arts, and then even more specifically the fine arts. And people have a like linguistic block in their minds where they are convinced that art means, you know, drawing, painting, graphic design, desktop design. They like are like, no, they section off what art is in this like very strict bubble, and like that's not true. In my opinion, every single like instance of skilled labor that went into crafting everything around me, from the dresser drawers that hold my clothes, to the clothes themselves, to the carpets that line my floor, to the yoga mat that I'm sitting on, to the bean bag that that's sitting on top of the yoga mat, to every instance of technology that's around me, the paint that was made to cover my walls. All of that stuff is art. The designs for the engineering that went into making the lamps that light my room, the person who designed the desk that I'm sitting at, like every single instance of all of these things is art. And people cannot see it that way because they've been conditioned to see this kind of labor as unskilled labor, as commodities, and as like similar to how content creators view what they make as content rather than art. They see commodities as commodities and not art. They see industrial projects and civic projects as those things instead of art. But like when I walk down the street and I see a group of people who are laying new
asphalt on the road or new concrete on the sidewalk, I'm like, those are artists, you know? And it's very easy for my brain to do that because I see literally every single instance of a human altering or augmenting the world that we occupy as art. But 90 something percent of people don't use that term in that context, or don't use that term for in that way. And so what they do is they brainwash themselves into thinking that they're incapable of something that they do every day when they pick out what clothes they want to wear and like tie their shoes, or I don't know, like write a note in their smartphone about what it is that they're going to do later, or just select words to say in a group text, right? Like this is all art. I would like to advocate for the democratization of the concept of art back into any level of like skilled exercise, or like an exercising of any kind of skill. And I think that enabling people to think of art that way would enable them to think of themselves as creative engines, or like agents of their own internal world and self-expression in a revolutionary way. But it would require a massive project of unraveling the extremely rigid concept of art that people have like entrenched in their minds over the course of, who knows, probably the past 1,000 years or something, probably since the Renaissance or something. Anyway. Oh, but like that's the reason that the thing that I just said is also the reason why people consider AI art is because they don't have a definition of art literally being things made by people. You know what I mean? Like if your internal definition of art is anything that a person does, then it's clear that AI art isn't art. But if your definition is a thing that looks like a painting, then AI art is art. And like, very silly. Weep, weep, indeed.
I want to show off what I've been working on. I finished the character designs. I just want to show them off. Do 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 do. Character designs are done. Look at those characters. Wow, so much emotion. You can almost tell what their personalities are like just by looking at them. It's almost like I had to intuit all of these things about the people in order to like render them in a way that would clearly and immediately communicate to general audiences what their personalities are like. It's almost like that's what art is. Fascinating. 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 It's for a commission. A person, a comic writer, commissioned me to do the artwork for their for the pilot episode, the pilot issue of their comic, and they didn't have character design, so I have to design the characters and the sets, and figure out the like overarching tone of the story. It's I'd honestly rather not do all those things, but they're paying me okay, so there's no roast. Huh?
Like any real living parent. I uh uh famously birds do hold grudges. Non sequitur. My mom made me a cup of black coffee at the beginning of the week. I've been slowly drinking it all week and I'm finally almost done. Wow. I can't imagine drinking less than 8 cups of coffee in a day. The idea of 1 cup of coffee and sipping on it over the course of a week is astonishing to me in my poor heart. You know what? Hold on. Where's that research paper? Coffee makes you live longer. According to multiple sources, this is the AI overview. Yes, according to multiple sources, coffee consumption is associated with increased lifespan. A large-scale study published in the New England Journal of Medicine found that regular coffee drinkers had a lower risk of death from all causes, including heart disease, stroke, and cancer. Another study in the Journal of the American Heart Association showed that people who drank 1 to 2 cups of coffee per day had a 22% chance lower risk of dying from heart disease. A review of 17 studies found that coffee consumption was associated with 10 to 15% lower risk of death from all sources. Damn, then my poor heart. Hey, Cheeto. Okay, but that's like 1 to 2 a day, not 8. Hold on. 8 cups. According to some studies, drinking up to 8 cups of coffee a day may slightly lower your risk of early death. Drinking 8 or more cups of coffee was linked with 40% lower risk compared to not drinking any coffee. This is from 2018. Man, that's not what they were telling people in the 90s while I was struggling giving up on coffee. Who funded this study? Big Coffee? I don't know. Here's the thing, right? I'm incredibly skeptical of that research. I love it. I think it's hilarious. Here's the thing: is that the conclusion was that from all sources. So here's the thing, right? They did a 30-year-long study, and the people who drank the most coffee all survived to have follow-up research done on them, and the people who didn't drink as much coffee died. So regardless of reason, people who drink more coffee over the course of a 30-year study had a higher chance of surviving, because the people who drank more coffee were still alive at the end of the study, whereas there was a slight lower number of people who didn't drink coffee who were not alive. I consume weed the same way. An eighth usually lasts me a few months. I'm saying that as a coffee lover. Coffee lover girl, is that what you're saying? Is that GRL, or is that a acronym? Yeah, okay, got you. Anyway, I don't know what the validity of this is. I haven't seen anybody try to debunk it. Maybe if I come across a YouTube video that debunks this study, I'll watch it. But for now, I live. For now, I live. I live. If I drink an entire cup of coffee in one sitting, I get a stomach ache and my heart beats so fast it like shakes my chest. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. All right, here's the thing: is I have ADHD. The thing that you're describing, that's how I feel when I take like 8 milligrams of Adderall, like more than 8 milligrams of Adderall. If I take more than that, I I'm like, okay, I feel like I'm having the onset of an anxiety attack. If I don't drink coffee, I'm just dependent on the substance, if that makes any sense. That like it gets me to normal and able to complete tasks, as opposed to like having that feeling. Coffee is probably contraindicated for certain heart issues. Coffee is probably contraindicated. What's that mean? My partner's the same way. Their anxiety manifests in heart arrhythmia. Yeah, mine does too. Arrhythmia and palpitations. That's one of the main symptoms. I had that's the reason why I went into the emergency room a few months ago, was that I was having a panic attack and I was convinced that I was having like some major health issue because I was experiencing heart arrhythmia, or like perceived heart arrhythmia. But when I got to the emergency room and they did a bunch of tests on me, they were like, "You are incredibly healthy. It seems like you probably just had a panic attack." And I was like, "Oh." And like just them saying that caused me to calm down enough that like within 24 hours I was feeling great. Straight coffee makes me sleepy. So when they drink coffee, it makes them have more palps. Yeah. Oh, well, when I drink coffee, without coffee, I can't focus. So it's like I'm self-medicating with coffee. Contraindicated in medicine / herbalism means that certain medical treatments will cause harm for certain conditions. So you're saying that coffee is probably contraindicated for certain heart issues. Oh, so people don't drink coffee because they already have pre-existing heart issues? And so they're like, I don't want to drink it because, like, you know, if you already have a what's it called when you're you've got like a hole between the ventricles or something? Contraindicated for heartburn because of the acidity, right? So if you have what is it called, acid thing, acid, if you have acid reflux, less likely to drink coffee. But like the erosion, the acidic erosion of stuff in your esophagus might have like additional effects that could like eventually lead to more serious medical issues. Okay, that's interesting, fascinating. Contraindicated. Yeah, if you can drink 8 cups of coffee and not die, you're incredibly healthy. You're abnormally healthy, and that's the reason. That's what the study actually proves. It's like, if you can drink 8 cups of coffee a day for decades, and like not just stop, like you are supernaturally healthy. Oh wait, something about stimulants. And it's a stimulant, so if you have a racing heart, maybe don't drink coffee when it's already racing. Dead internet. Young and human people. MySpace. Ameriberg. Oh God. I'm pretty sure people did say that about the Kizar though. Hi. Faye, I don't know if you if you left or heard, but I was saying that if you had came just at the end, I was saying, but I was like, hey, in case you haven't left yet, which I highly doubt, I guess that you did leave. I was like, if you have a thing that you would like to suggest that we watch communally, I'm down to not watch the AI thing, especially if it's triggering for you, and watch something else. But I think you were already gone by the time I like started saying that. Yeah, it's deeply fascinating. And honestly, extremely life denouncing, cynicism inducing. But I think it's important to be educated about things that are a threat to our stability and interest base, because otherwise you'll be surprised when something comes along and does a bad thing. Here's the updated version of the character designs. I added some grays. I suppose I could have this layer be this. Yeah, stylized. We stylizing. We out here stylizing. Okay.
It might be break time. How we feeling? How we feeling, gang? Is it break time? Anybody else need a break? Everything I have to recommend is technical stuff from the same Clash Royale YouTuber whose video you rigorously dislike. It's literally all I can think about right now. I haven't been on YouTube much these days. Okay, well that's fair. Yeah, I mean, I also, when I'm off stream, I have my own special interests that I spend a shit ton of time hyperfixating on. So I get that. But you know, I think it's worth trying to keep your mind open if you want to engage, even when there's stuff that you're not interested in happening on the stream. I just took a break, but break if you need. No. I'm gonna match your energy. What do you want to talk about, Cheeto? Anything you've been particularly interested in, fixated on? Anything new going on in your life that you're like, hey, I want to share. I've got things I'd like to share. Oh. Okay, and then fascinating. I need to change the default back to I started a new job that's centered on software preservation, so I've been learning a lot about that. Software preservation, like I'm finishing up my workday. I'm very curious to know what sort of work your software preservation job, like what sort of work you do, because like I'm wondering, is it for games or other types of like pieces of software? I'm so interested. I'm deeply interested in that. What kind of software? But yeah, if you're working, no pressure to talk about it now. But I'm very interested in that. I'm a program manager for the whole network. It's called Software Preservation Network. Okay, well, I guess I'll Google it then. Sheesh. I'll Google it then. SPN is a coordinated distribution effort to ensure long-term access to software through community engagement, infrastructure support, knowledge generation. Guided by the belief that software is critical information infrastructure, SPN works to create space in which organizations and individuals from cultural heritage, industry, academia, government, and public sphere can contribute their myriad skills and capabilities. Blah, 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 blah. What kinds of softwares, though? I can hop on Discord when I finish my task and chat more about it. Website is lol. It's very convoluted. Okay. I just want to know what kinds of software. Like, are you talking like Mavis Beacon? Are we talking about like some back end, shit that uses super old programming languages? I want to know what kinds. But I also want to not distract you. I want you to finish. Emulation. Oh, emulation. Okay. If it's focused on emulation, I broadly speaking get it. Any of my subscriptions that I am like, ooh, if they post, then that's a big deal. No, not seeing anything. Simulation is a big part, yeah. No rush. I think I'll watch these in my own time. No. Beyonce has a new video. Beyonce. Um. Super shiny New Year's bonus podcast. 90 minutes. I didn't finish the new Journey to the West. Upsetting. Trope talk downtime. Interesting. Fascinated to hear this. Red talks incredibly fast though, so we're gonna go down to normal. Thank you. Fascinating. Each episode. Amen. Amen.
Mm. Mm. Revelatory? That's an autism. Y'all hear that autistic person say do a autism? Revelatory? I'm back, says Gito. Should I hop on Discord? Discord? Did I hop on Discord? I don't know why I did that. I can hop on chat if you want to learn about my work, lol. Yes, I do want to learn about your work, lol. Yes, lol. Yes, lol. I would like to learn about your work, lol. Cup, you know that awful feeling when your hyperfixation / special interest isn't popular in spaces dedicated to being happy about your hyperfixation / special interest and people judge you for it? I'm trying to piece together the actual substance of the question. Can you hear me, Cheeto?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you are audible. Well, I want to try and answer Faye's question.
Okay.
Also, I can hear myself a little bit in your
1 second.
You know that awful feeling when your hyperfixation / special interest isn't popular in spaces dedicated to being happy about your hyperfixation / special interests, and people judge you for it. Spaces dedicated to being happy about. It's like saying that, like, okay, one of my special interests is the Marvel Cinematic Universe. It's like saying that, like, on r/MCU, that the MCU isn't popular, but that's not possible because r/MCU is about the MCU. I'm very confused about that. I think there's a syntactical problem with the question. Okay, yeah, maybe. All right, Chino, please go off. Tell us about your work. If and when you're ready.
Can you hear me?
Now I can. I can see it turning green, but then no sounds happening occasionally.
Okay, you was talking to me about my work.
Yeah. I want you to talk to us about your work. What do you do?
Oh, yeah. So I am a program manager at this organization called the Software Preservation Network. I'm still learning all about this place, so bear with me. But this is good for me because I need to like know how to talk about this shit.
Yeah, sometimes verbalizing stuff helps you to wrap your head around it.
Absolutely. So, like, basically, the organization is a network of different member institutions, which are like mostly academic institutions, but also like museums, public libraries, like smaller archives that are interested in preserving software history. And so some of them are interested specifically in like video game preservation. There's this one organization called the Strong Museum based in New York. I just met this dude from there yesterday. And it's like a museum dedicated to like play, I guess. And so they curate exhibits. Yeah, no, I actually was like, man, if I'm in New York, I'm coming to see you. Nerdiest guy you'll ever see who I was like talking to. And yeah. So like their museum curates like all these different exhibits that collects like action figures, board games, stuff like that. But he like specifically was interested in like video game preservation, which is why he joined the network. And so yeah, there's other use cases for it too. Like, you know, universities, they have different, you know, majors and stuff like that. For example, like architecture. So maybe the library gets a collection of architecture plans from 1999 and they just don't have software that can open it up because it's like 2024 and, you know, planned obsolescence and stuff like that. So a big project that the network has taken on is hosting this service called Emulation as a Service infrastructure, which is called, they call it EASY. And so it's basically like a program where anyone in the network can access their own instance of the server and basically have access to different operating systems that allow them to access different software. And so instead of like each organization having to like download all of the software, like they can basically access any of the software that any of the institutions have collected, downloaded, whatever. Now they can't share each other's like archives because I think there's like copyright associated with it. But it's just like an easy space for them to emulate for whatever reason they need to. So that's like a big piece of it.
I've got a question. Okay, so the thing that I just imagined, right, is I was thinking about like I was trying to find evidence of the like early Mavis Beacon, like late 90s, early 2000s Mavis Beacon CDs, and it's like sorry, the earliest version that we can find is like from something like 2007 or something. It's like version 5 or something. And I was like, oh, so you're saying that everything before that is just gone because no one bothered to like download those original files or archive them in a specific way where they could be retrieved. But sort of what you're describing though is I can imagine someone finding like a bunch of like burned CDs and like being like, I have no idea what's on these, like running them through a bunch of script readers to find out like what is the data on these CDs, like what language is it written in, and then like uploading that data with a bunch of metadata about like it's written in this programming language, this is what the title is based off of what I was able to extract, et cetera, et cetera. And other people can be like, oh, like, can reach out and be like, can I grab the actual information off the disk and potentially emulate what was on the original disk to see like what data is actually on there using the programming language that it was written in. Is that sort of
exactly
like, okay, yeah.
Well, okay, I'm gonna say it back to you in a way that I understand.
Okay, yeah.
To see if we're saying the same thing. So yeah, so like you, Buttercup, you found Mavis Beacon 1997, and you cannot open it on your computer. But like, let's say you go to Yale. So Yale is a member network. They have access to Easy, and like, let's say Yale doesn't have like this like operating system that can run that Mavis Beacon thing, but Cornell does. So they could be like, hey, Cornell, I want to download that operating system onto like our instance of Easy so that we can run this and look at the data, right?
Okay, yes.
But I don't even think that they would necessarily have to like connect with connect with Cornell. I think everybody would just have access to that operating system.
Okay, so it's yeah. It's like it's a online software that's running through the network itself. So like basically you like open a browser and run Windows 95 to be able to play like Mavis Beacon 1998. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But
okay.
Cornell would not be able to access your Mavis Beacon because of copyright.
Got you. Yeah.
But if someone else donated a copy or whatever, then that's different.
I see. Interesting. That's so fascinating. And like, I see why the website itself is so convoluted, because I can imagine that this is an incredibly, like, for something that is almost exclusively online, it sounds like an incredibly IRL or like thing that you need to be interacting with other super nerds about in order for it to even come up, you know? Like
exactly.
Yeah.
And like the software preservation space is so like small, it feels like, or at least it's like very niche. Like that's why the network exists, is because like we trying to bring all them nerds together and like, and also do more than just like Easy is one part of it, but other than that, we're also like, you know, we have a law and policy working group who are trying to like influence like on copyright laws and like make it easier to do this kind of work. We have a working group like specifically for metadata, so to help people make sure that they're, you know, defining all of this work in the right way. We have a tech infrastructure group, a research and practice, a community engagement group, stuff like that. And like my job is essentially like to make all these pieces make sense together, because everybody I'm the only full-time employee. Like this is the first time they've hired anybody. Everybody else up until this point have essentially been volunteering their time on top of their full-time jobs as like librarians and staff members at universities to like do the work, but that makes it go really slow because don't nobody got time for all of that. And so I kind of just like came in to figure out all the pieces and recruit more people so we can be like financially viable in the next few years.
Yeah. Layla said librarians are so freaking nice, which is exactly the thought that I had. I was just like, yeah, archivists they do it for the like for the love of archiving, you know, like for the fear of losing data, for like, you know, I can imagine most of them like having just encountered the story of the fire at the Library of Alexandria like way too early and being like, we have to stop that from happening. like that's like, can never let this happen again.
Period. Yeah.
But like, yeah, that totally makes sense that there was a bunch of people who were just like volunteering their labor, and eventually they were like, no, actually, we need to like have a actual real person be the coordinating entity between all of these different things. Yeah, that's awesome that you're able to do that for work, and I'd love to hear like updates about like what sort of projects you end up working on, insofar as you feel comfortable talking about it.
Yeah.
Well,
Like
go ahead.
one of my I was just gonna say, like, one of my goals is like in my time here, however long I ended up being here, is to like make the work more accessible to people outside of academia. Because like I think like the hard part is, you know, we have this membership recruitment campaign to like, they basically like pay member dues, and like the amount that you pay is based on your budget. So we have enough money to run through like 2025 and like half of 2026, but we need more people. And obviously like it would just be easy to be like, oh well, we just need more universities because they can pay more money. And I'm like, sure, but then we also run into the problem of like universities are bound by like university schedules. So basically in the summer y'all lose all the capacity to do anything.
Yeah,
You know, so
yeah.
I'm like, I want more cultural organizations, more like smaller more public libraries, more all these other places to like, and like people like average everyday people to just be able to like learn about this shit. So I'm trying to like also encourage these like working groups and people to do more externally facing events. And as those come up, I'll definitely share them.
Yeah. Oh, to become a member, do you have to be part of like a specific cluster or type of organization, or can individuals sign up to be part of the I already forgot what it's called. The software
Preservation Network.
Preservation Network, yes.
Anybody can volunteer.
Mhm.
You know, there's just like being a member comes with certain benefits like access to the software. But anybody can be like, oh, like I researched this, I like this, I'm interested in this, and I just like want to help the network like push forward like research or do events and stuff like that. So anybody can volunteer their time and be a member. I mean, and be like a volunteer, but the actual members are the people who get the benefit of accessing the service.
Right. But so I'm confused about what it is that you are concerned about losing out on. Is it just that, like, you said that universities are beholden to their seasonal schedules and semester schedules, but like, so let's say summertime rolls around and like, what sort of things are you worried about, like, not having access to?
Like people's ability to like put on the events and stuff like that. I'm not the event planner.
Right.
I'm not the event planner. I'm not the researcher. I am here to help other people do that stuff. And so a lot of our working groups are literally like 1 to 2 people who just are very passionate and have been like holding down the work for like 2-3 years. And like they just can't do it all by themselves. But then like when they do get like a volunteer here or there, it's like a university student who's in their senior year and has finals and has to look for a job and shit like that. So,
But
and
like,
then like the summer comes around and whatever.
Right. But so what y'all need basically is people to like do information sharing, drumming up interest in this project, and you've got the budget to do that labor for the next year, but it's going to be inconsistent because of it being tied specifically to academic spaces. And so you're talking about expanding it out to places that aren't beholden to those kinds of seasonal schedules, so that they can do this work of like getting the word out there to all kinds of different organizations. I bet you that there would be some, you know what? I bet you there theoretically would be some really good niche orgs that would be fascinated by or interested in this if you like were able to inform them or discovered that um like specific types of literature were only written in like a specific software format, or like but like it would like I'm struggling to even imagine it, so it probably is not that like big of a like source of interest.
I don't think I understand what you were getting at.
It's hard to explain because like I was saying that, like, okay, so you're focused on software preservation, and I'm sure that there is some connection between, like, okay, let's like imagine that in the early 2000s, aquariums across the world were using a specific set of programs to or a set of software to run their presentations or something like that, or to do like heat regulation or something, or like some sort of like inside the actual aquariums, and like it was like this like very specific sort of niche utility that the program, that specific program served, and like it doesn't have broad scope interests or utility, but like the benefit of archiving and having access to it like could mean that like the problems that they solved back in the early 2000s would not need to be brought back up again in the modern day. And I'm just thinking that like there's probably some intersecting basis for organizations being like, we would like to be a part of this, like because we used our software
Services us.
Yeah. Like what are the things that do the astronomical projections?
The like observatories, planetariums.
Yeah, planetariums, right? Like I can imagine that like whatever sort of software that they had to put together to like have to organize all of the movement of the different planetarium things back in the day, probably what was extremely intricate and complex, but like, you know, died out with easier to program projectors. And like, but I bet you that there's somebody out there who's like, oh, if only I still had access to this program, I could run this projector that's been this like planetarium that's been in my family for the past decade, but they just don't have access to it. And like the university, you know, you get what I'm saying? That like I'm sure like I feel
saying, because like I feel like when I think about like even average everyday people like needing something like this, I think about like when I was interviewing, they were like, oh, like we want you to like come into the interview, here's a prompt, like why does software preservation matter to you? So I like really had to think about it. And so I was thinking about like, this is kind of like a more micro example than like a planetarium or an aquarium, but I was like, on this spiritual girly that I follow, her name is Jujube. Okay. She was a star of a show on Hulu last year called Living for the Dead. It was about queer ghost hunters. And it was only on Hulu. They canceled the show. And then they wiped it off of like Hulu, essentially. Actually, this is a bad example. I forgot. I think I was like talking about CDs and DVDs and stuff like that, and like how modern laptops like don't have like CD
any kind of drive
anymore, blah blah.
Yeah,
exactly. And then let alone like I feel like they're increasingly losing the software to even like run like media because they want everything to be on like Amazon Prime, Hulu, whatever. But another like example, I'm like in the process of trying to like move off of streaming services specifically for music. I'm on a Spotify family plan. It gets renewed this year and I'm like planning to drop out. So my mom has a Zune. And so I asked her if I could have it so that I could start moving my music onto like my Zune. but that also predicates being able to use the Zune software on my computer to move my music onto my Zune. And so in the Zune subreddit, I was like reading about how like very specific operating systems still allow that Zoom software to run. And I was like, it would be so dope if I could just like use an emulator to like get like 2004 Windows desktop so that I can download the Zune software and like put that on my Zune.
Right.
And so I guess I'm kind of thinking about like, where are there communities of people or like organizations that are like thinking about this kind of work and like don't know that there is a solution for being able to like access these softwares and like just do everyday cool fun work.
Right.
That aren't just like, you don't have to be a student at a top tier university to be able to access it. Because yeah, I think the thing about like the aquariums and the planetariums, it's like, I wonder who their member bases are that would like access that on a regular basis. Like at a university library, it's the professors, the students who need to do their research. You know, at the museum, it's like, you know, it's a public exhibit in which people can go to that museum. And I said at an aquarium, yeah, like maybe you'd have an exhibit where you like are running that specific software to do said thing. Or like at a planetarium, it's like showing how we've changed the sky over time, but you need like software to be able to run like that 1975, or that's too early.
Yeah. A little bit later.
1995
Yeah.
1995 data. Yeah,
Yeah.
that would be cool. That's good to think about.
Yeah, I don't know how applicable it'll end up being, or like, because it's possible that they like stuff just hasn't changed that drastically, and so it's like, oh no, we know exactly how to simulate or emulate that kind of software. The things that are really difficult are like stuff that a single developer developed and had a monopoly over in like this specific niche field for decades, and then they just got replaced because of like someone like coming up with like a synergistic version of the thing that they had been doing in a proprietary way for a long time. And like I can imagine like that being the like main utility of archiving all this stuff. But I'm like so interested to know, broadly speaking, like what sort, because all these people must have met on like internet forums at some point, right? I want to know like what were they talking about and what sort of problems were they trying to solve, and like how much does it resemble what I'm imagining, the fantasy version of it, versus like what they were like actually doing, which like I imagine was a lot more like just people spending 6 hours like trying to like find a specific thing, or like digging through all of their hardware to find the specific drive, installing it on their old ass computer and being like, yep, it's in here. You know, like yeah.
But I honestly think it's like more applicable than you probably think, because like, I mean, when I think about the architecture example, like that was literally an example that came out of like one of the universities when we were like gauging their use cases. So when I like applied, I had to like write a fake email to an organization asking them to be a member of Spin. And she gave me this whole spreadsheet that they had developed from different research universities, and like how they were talking about they needed Spin, and like architecture was like one of those things. It's like they literally cannot run those architecture files because when they like moved to these new versions, like they didn't make these new softwares in a way where like you can still access old architecture plans. So, and I think a lot of places do that more often, and it's just like I don't think people realize like the necessity of preserving that data from like the 90s and the 80s. Because like the internet was never really meant to be for everybody. So it's like, we don't need y'all to have access to everything. But it's like, if you want to talk about history in a way that also incorporates all of these like born digital materials. Like you
Mhm.
have to be able to have access to what they were originally used for, or build platforms in a way where like you can still access it with new versions.
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah, just
yeah.
two big things that stood out to me is like one, you're right that the internet was not designed to be for everybody, and I'm thinking about like a lot of startup companies like Facebook, Instagram, um uh um what else am I thinking about? Twitter. A few, like some of these websites, even though on their face they look like they call them social networks, but a lot of the proprietary programming on the back end that allows these things to function basically constitutes the websites themselves being a kind of perpetually online software. Like I know that like they use the programming languages like PHP and you know a bunch of different kinds of programming languages to run these websites, but because they like there are so many interlocking things that happen behind the scenes, like on Facebook, on Instagram, on Twitter, that like they are a kind of software, but that like has not been democratized. It's not something that lives on your computer. It's similar to like all the things in the Google suite, right? Uh, uh sorry, I'm thinking like Google Sheets, uh the Google's version of Office, like all of those things. Like
Yeah.
it used to be that Microsoft Office was like a suite of software that you put on your computer, but instead
That
now it's a suite of
everybody
software that's
had.
on the internet. Yeah. um
hmm
um uh
And it's like
and
our ability to use it is completely at
right.
the behest of like Google maintaining its cloud services.
Yeah, and because all of the backend is proprietary, like if and when they decide to shut down those servers, there is literally no possibility for us to do that archiving work. The beauty of having a bunch of stuff on CDs and DVDs back in the day is that like there are still extant like pieces of that software that can be reverse engineered or reconstructed from the bottom up because we have access to those physical things. You would have to have some person who works at those one of those companies like smuggling stuff out of the company, like massive amounts of data out of the company just to be able to rebuild any of it, um, like to function on a person's computer. And or there are really talented programmers who like can intuit like, oh, I based on looking at how this used to be used, I could probably reverse engineer it. But like that's significantly less efficient than like it's reinventing the wheel when you could just like make everything free and open and easy to access. There was
Yes,
another thought
Layla,
that I
I
had.
love using Crypt. I love using CryptPad, but it's also like
Great.
another website that's like exclusively hosted on the internet. So if like CryptPad's servers ever went down, I would like hope that they're accountable enough to their users that they'd give us sufficient amount of time to like migrate our shit off of CryptPad and onto our computers. But like sometimes places just shut down because they don't have the capacity anymore, and like then all your shit's lost.
Yeah.
I personally use, I'll link it, LibreOffice, because it's just a free suite that you can download to your computer,
Oh damn.
and it doesn't like require using a cloud service to like host your documents. Um, and so yeah, I guess that it's so interesting that this like opportunity kind of just like happened because
Mhm.
I was already in the midst of just trying to like archive media, archive documentation. And actually an example of the Google situation, like I I have had access to my Northwestern email since I graduated school in 2018. And
Mhm.
like this year, they were like, "Oh, by the way, we won't be facilitating alumni having access
Mhm. Mhm.
to your email," which means, your entire email, your Northwestern Google Drive is like gonna be deleted. So you need to basically get your shit or fuck you. Um, and it was like, okay, cool. Like, luckily I had like a group of friends who like still use their Northwestern emails and like were able to alert me to this. And I was able to like get my shit off. But like, damn, like when I was going through it, I was like, damn, there's so many memories in here, like old
Yep, that would just be
papers,
gone.
student groups where I was doing like really cool fucking shit, like my college organizing work. I'm like, damn, like thank God I was able and actually I had already done the work of like migrating my drive onto my personal drive. So like I was lucky in that way. But like, yeah, I think that's why I feel so for real about like getting off of streaming services, because I'm like, damn, like there's gonna be a time when like Hulu and Netflix and Amazon Prime like don't exist, and but even now they just get rid of shit all of the time, and that's just like movie and music history. That's just, it's gonna be like a bleep in time. I mean, I've been using this website called Flickstore that my brother has a subscription to, and I can like watch literally everything from everywhere and like download it. So like that's kind of like what I use under the table to like get my media. But you know,
Yeah.
people be losing recipes. They don't like to pirate no more.
Yeah, I was worried about like how concerned you were about compromising your own position, and I was just like, okay, no, Cheetah's still with it. But the other thing that I wanted to talk about with regard to that is that like the other day, or not the other day, it was like during my birthday, because I had like some extra money, I saw this thing, the Ambernic RG335XX Plus, which is like a handheld machine, but like they sell it on the TikTok store, and it's a scam for sure, right? It's just like some Chinese company that like people are basically like doing drop shipping work for, and it's like, use my code da 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 da. But like when they send it to you, it comes with 5,000 retro games on it. Like,
wow.
Like this thing in my hand, which like doesn't even weigh, I don't even know what to compare it to. Like it weighs about the same as my phone, and it just has like 5,000 games already on it, and all the games are stored on like just a tiny little micro SD card that goes in here, which means that like I can just put it into my computer and download any other things that any other ROMs that I want to put on it, and I have, right. And it's like, that's absurd, but I feel like intellectually I know that a lot of love and archival work had to go into crafting this thing. And if all those librarians, like I want to heighten, I've been thinking about referring to all people who do any kind of gynecological or midwifery work like obstetrices, because like that's like a like I feel like I want to heighten the concept of it to this sort of like above to this like divine, almost reverential thing.
Define
I feel like
obstetrices.
Yeah,
the way I can't even say obstetrices.
Yeah, it's obstetrics is the term, but like obstetrices would be like the multiple the multiple. But like librarians, right? Librarians should be like an elevated, like I'm like thinking about like the like ancient Egyptian priesthood, you know what I'm saying? It's like the people who like were like, we need to preserve things for thousands of years, like the people who did the work to like make sure that like 3 decades worth of games are like processed in such a way that like when data was able to be put on something this small, not only would it be available and ready to be put on this, but like mass produced so that no one ever lost that data, you know? And like now this thing also comes with a micro HDMI output, which means that I can like plug this in and using this thing as a controller play those games on a monitor that's super huge, right? So like it's not just that like I have a bunch of games like that are tiny on here, I also can play them in real time on massive projections. And it's like, that's so fucking cool. Like people but I know that like none of the companies that made these games ever wanted any of their proprietary software or trade
absolutely
secrets
not.
to get out. So it means that like people had to do decades of piracy work, decades of archival work, decades of like leaking and working behind corporate interests, and like consolidating all this information. And like I just have so much reverence for those people. I'm just like they're librarians, you know what I'm saying? Like y'all are librarians.
Period. They are librarians and they're so like liberatory in nature because yeah, y'all essentially said fuck capitalism, fuck profits. Like I helped build this shit. I want to make other people be able to like have this shit. It's like loving games. I think that's why like the video game industry, like you'll find some of the like best people who work in that industry because it's like people who work in video games, they do it because they fucking love video games. You know what I mean? And they like probably grew up in a culture of just being able to like share video games amongst each other. And I'm like, hell yeah. That's why I'll be like, I'm trying to jailbreak my little Switch for real, because Nintendo, y'all have it fucking coming. I swear to God. Like, they are the worst niggas when it comes to like shutting that piracy shit down. And they just like produce so much work. And I'm just like, that work deserves to be free. And I'm like very interested in doing that. But no, I think this like reminds me like I remember one time you asked me a long time ago about like, what am I writing? That's just like creative and fun. That's not just like a guy. And I think about that all the time. So I do want to like write something. And I feel like the idea of like a pirate narrative has like come to my mind a few times.
Yes.
I'm like, I feel like I need to do some pirate research and like write like a digital piracy story.
Write the next Neuromancer. Like write a story that's like about a bunch of people who like take like they're like I'm sorry, I'm writing it for you. Let me not do that. But in my mind, I was like, in the face of Web3 and everything turning into this like what do they call it, slop, right? All the AI like the internet's about to get so big that it's going to be difficult to even find anything anymore. And sludge also Layla said, yeah. But like imagining there being a group of people who like seeing the sludge tsunami coming, like them being like, we need to archive as much things as possible, as fast as possible, and like that's the thing that they're trying to beat is like they know that like by this specific day or like by the passage of this specific law or like this specific like multinational conglomerate going public, that like the moment that happens, there's going to be too many whatever like teraflops of information going through the internet at any given time that we're not going to be able to recover fucking shit. So we need to like put together a closed off secluded archive of everything that was made before this date. Like that you can make it like a really compelling, I think, like adventure story.
I feel like that combines like two things that I want to do. I always hush. I've always wanted to be a corporate spy. Like I want to do that so bad. Like I just feel like I could be a bad bitch as a corporate spy and just like take these hoes down. But I'm like, I feel like it combines like that maniacal laughter.
No, it was good. It's perfect. That's so good.
But I feel like it combines like the nature of like being a corporate spy and like the like more traditional notion of being a pirate for the digital age. Like a good little speculative fiction of like what is life like as like the Netflixes and the Hulus and the Nintendos continue to like increasingly make shit privatized and closed off to the public, and how do we thwart that shit?
Right. Yeah.
I need to write that down.
Yes, please do. It would make me really happy. Even if you just like I guess grandparented a new genre of like I'm thinking Neuromancer, which is a like a heist story. meets Indiana Jones, which is like an archaeology story, like having a fusion of those two things, but like specifically with an ethical eye for genre, says Layla. Genre, a new genre of speculative fiction that like talks about like how important it will be to, because like yeah, the orientalization of the MENA region for the sake of Indiana Jones, and talking about the Jesus Christ, the like Abrahamic religious traditions and Egyptian, ancient Egyptian and Sumerian civilizations, like and talking about like these old ancient things and the preservation of them, and these mystical artifacts, and like, you know, people having all of these secret ways of holding access to those things. Like there's a lot of mystifying of human history that goes into these really intriguing adventure stories, and like stories like The Matrix and Neuromancer did speculative versions of those things, thinking about what could happen in the near and distant future, but like like what happens if artificial intelligence and or the internet at large, prior to like being able to conceive of artificial intelligence, was able to like obfuscate the humanity within the machine. I feel like there is overlap in those ideas of thinking about the eldritch and the divine, the sublime and the uncanny, that like we're on the brink of in a new and terrifying way. That like there's a niche that needs to be filled of stories that are just about like we're trying to save the internet, which is a crazy thing to say, but like also I think like based on the video that we watched earlier today.
World.
Say it again.
It's the current state of the world.
Yeah, it's the current state of the world. We need to save the internet.
Yeah, and I like the idea of like bringing kind of like
but it's literal. It's literal. We have to save the data that is on the internet. We need to save the internet.
We need to save the internet, and I like the idea of like making the internet like its own like being, like very techno animism type shit, because it's like it's a spiritual practice that I've been trying to like build into my current spiritual practice, like merging my like animistic herbalism with like techno animism, because I'm like, the more I feel like they're like two sides of the same coin, but like right now my practices are very separate, and I'm like, ooh, what does it look like to be like a guild of spiritual practitioners based in African traditional religions that are trying to save the internet, which we truly believe is like a being with the spirit, which it is. And we keep feeding it and feeding it and feeding it. And it's like, bro, I'm not fucking hungry. Like, I'm just trying.
Right.
Like, and we just keep erasing its identity over and over and over again. So what does it look like to like remember like help the internet remember itself?
I feel like
save us all.
You watched Kizazimoto, right? The Disney funded. Like, I feel like this kinds of stories that people were preoccupied with telling in that sort of Afrofuturistic space, like that's the tone of what it feels like you're talking about. That like that's the kind of story that I could imagine being pitched to the Kizazimoto, whatever their next project is, kind of team. Because like, yeah. I think that was the thing that I liked the most about those stories, is that like they did not shy away from acknowledging that technology is just another like spiritual and organic outgrowth of the human experience. And like I feel like in the secular like global capitalist context, like that is a thing that never even occurs to people, and Africans just like see it as so true and like foundational to how they think about things, that they don't even consider it being anything else. You know what I'm saying? Like, I love that was. I'm guessing you, based on the sounds you're making, that you didn't particularly like it.
Oh no,
Okay.
I think there were some in Quasimodo.
Kizazi. Yeah.
Kizazimoto that I enjoyed. I was just thinking when you were talking about that I should go back and like rewatch some of the ones that like were really inspiring to me. Like I think there was the one I like the racing one.
I mean, the animation. I know the dude who was the director and animation director for that one, and like I just love his style so much that I go back and rewatch that just because I'm like this. Like he's so zany. I just like I love the energy of it. Like, do I think that it had the same message that I'm talking about? Not necessarily, but like it does just like treat technology and like ancestral magic as the same thing. Like it just doesn't like even consider the possibility that they would be different for any reason. Like it's like, yeah, he's got this like in that story he's racing against Ogun, right? Like and Ogun like rather than like being some like high or like he's not some sort of spiritual entity. He has conformed to what technology has become in the world that he occupies because he's Ogun, right? Or was it Ogun or Shango? Now I can't remember. But like
I think it was Ogun because I think Ogun is like the deity of technology.
Yeah. I'm gonna just double check to make sure that I'm not making shit up real quick.
Yeah, he's the spirit of, well, I don't know if he was, yeah, for sure, but he's the spirit of metalwork. Oh, as well as Roman rum making. I didn't know that.
Yeah, there's a story about him getting like really drunken in his feelings and Oshun needing to be like snap out of it.
Yeah, he's the deity of warriors, hunters, blacksmiths, technologists.
It was Ogun.
Drivers.
So but the reason why I brought it up is that like in that story, he's like I'm sorry, I got distracted again because I was thinking about a whole other layer to it. Okay, so in the story, Ogun is the villain, right? But and like he has done super like actually bad things, but he is just like an entity. He's a person. Oh, I'm so entertained by the intersections that I'm having trouble even conceiving of it. Okay. He drives the most technologically advanced race car in the story, right? He's a monster, but a monster that cannot not be reasoned with. So the main character like ends up like realizing that like, you know, you beat the deity at their game and they will like be basically appeased in the effort that you put forward in trying to reach the limitations of what humans are capable of doing. And like that's such a cool thing to like, rather than tell a story where it's like you have to like defeat the evil in order to like make the world a better place. It's like there is like Ogun has been warped into this monster of industry and competition because that is what he is a reflection of in humanity, and he is the villain in the story. And the story is about a character who has learned from his mom how to pacify gods, and like he races faster than the god, and the god goes, oh, like you are the new litmus test for what it is that I reflect you now. And he's like, what do you want me to be? And he's like, I want you to chill the fuck out. And he goes, all right, looking forward to our next race, and then pieces out. It's like that's so cool. Like that's like such a great like I love that.
No, that's actually really dope. And I feel like in thinking of that and thinking of like how I would want to like characterize the internet in a story, you know, I could see it being like the struggle of the people who are like trying to save the internet and like restore it to like a specific era, right? Because it's like you don't want to go so far back that like we're restoring the internet to its like military foundation, right?
Yeah.
But maybe there's this like obsession with like trying to restore it to its like golden age, and maybe there's like different factions of this guild that like kind of debate on what that golden age even actually is. But like maybe the resolution is like we're so busy trying to restore it to like a specific era that we're not even conceptualizing that we can like create a new era, if that makes sense.
No, yeah.
And it's like we can save the internet by like rebuilding it and like what we want it to be.
Yeah, I feel like there's like some sort of epiphany about like the fingerprints of the people who do the labor are intrinsically embedded in the whatever the outcome is, because it's the same thing as like with art, right? Art, you never create anything new with art. The thing that makes art original is the fact that you did it. And like people have such a like struggle so intensely with the concept of authenticity and originality in the wake of capitalism and like this hyper individualism that has come out of it because of its competitive individualism. But like all instances of craft, of art, are copying things that you have admiration for, and the subtle things that it is impossible to copy one to one, that are just a consequence of your neurology and psychosomatic relationship to the media, is what makes it original. And I love the idea of like a group of people who are so dedicated to like trying to remember that the impression of how they remember it is the thing, meaning the internet, is like what imbues the internet with a new personality. And that is like yeah. I also realized that like we've also, in talking about this, distilled what it seems like the undercurrent of the project that Reganis has been working on is that they've been working on this project that's like called I mean, they called it Quinty Barista. They're thinking about calling it something else, like a bunch of different things. But like as we've been doing world building for this story, they've been talking about having like a organic magical tree that can, for some reason, only interface with technology that was made shortly after Y2K. So there's a bunch of archaeologists who basically go to the destroyed cities after climate change to try and find like specific types of like Mac computers that the ancestral tree can interact with. And like there's an entire like civilization that's like based on exploiting the fact that this can happen, and then a civilization that's based off of like having reverence for the fact that the ancestors were able to come up with a technology that would enable people to live past the after climate change. And like it's just interesting because it seems like there's like a theme and undercurrent of like creative people wanting to tell that kind of story. And like that seems dope that there's synergy between y'all's like co-evolving similar ideas about what kinds of creative projects you want to work on.
Now I just got to figure out how to write.
What you do is you hang out with a person who likes writing, and you just talk a lot, and then they write it for you. That's how you. That's listen. I'm not offering. I'm just saying that's how you do it.
Word. I have a homie who's like been talking about like doing writer workshops. She's been working on her own novel. So maybe I'll hit her up and be like, "Hey, I have these bare bones of an idea. Like, can you help me?"
It's a little bit more than bare bones, I think. I think it's a little bit more than bare bones. If you can say to somebody, "I'm thinking like a anti-racist, anti-capitalist, non-orientalist version of like Indiana Jones meets Neuromancer, but instead of them trying to like do a computer heist or steal an artifact. It's about trying to preserve and archive a version of the internet prior to it getting flooded by corporate interests, like even getting inundated by many orders of magnitude more corporate interests than already exist. Like that's easy. Do you get what I'm saying? Like it's like that's like it makes intuitive sense, even though I intellectually know that there's no way to make a server bank big enough to store that much data outside of just recreating the internet that already exists. The idea of it is so alluring that like you can imagine that like the MacGuffin of the story is that like someone figured out how to I don't even know how to measure that much data. Like how do you say how much, how, I'm going to look up how many, I'm going to look up gigabytes.
Is the internet?
Yeah. Is the entire internet. Okay. In 2020, the internet was 64 zettabytes. In 2024, the global data volume seems to be 150 zettabytes, which is
Oh my god.
Let's see, 150 zeta with 2 T's. There's zeta, which is 1 T, and then zeta, which is 2 T's. Zettabyte. It's 1.5 E plus 25 bytes. Okay, so it's a megabyte with 20 zeros behind it. No, that's kilobyte. A kilobyte with 20 zeros behind it. Okay, so 20 zeros behind it. And a billion has 9 zeros.
Yeah.
So it's 1,000 billion kilobytes. That's how much data is on the entire internet. Okay, but so like imagine though that like all you need is a fraction of that, and someone is able to create the technology of like a Pokeball size thing, or even just like a room size thing that can hold that much data, and like that it's because they were able to invent something this size that is informing the technology that's going to swamp the entirety of the internet, because like now that you have a storage device that can hold the entire internet on something this size, that means that in a week the internet is going to be like many orders of magnitude bigger than it was because of the invention of this technology. And then that becomes the MacGuffin. It's like, we need to, before this company goes public next week, we need to get the entire internet onto this object.
Yeah.
I think that would be really
like
cool.
Catalogs of this object, because I think what I was like also thinking about, like I feel like something that keeps coming up into my mind when we talk about this. I read this, like there's this band I like called do I like this band if the name isn't coming to me? My god.
Interesting.
Let me look up. Their album is called Funeral Justice. Mdu, I don't know how to pronounce their name. Mdu Mokhtar. They're like a Nigerian rock band. And like the way that they even, because I feel like there's a piece to this about preservation, and then I think there's a piece to this about distribution as well. And so like to the public, right? The internet belongs to everyone, and the internet belongs to itself. And so I was thinking about how the way that they got popular was that a lot of like Sahel musicians will just like record their music over WhatsApp, and then like they'll like basically like exchange phones. That phone already has like a bunch of music on it. It exchanges, people copy, people burn, people like basically just like keep like distributing phone after phone after phone, and then their music pops off. Now they're like a pretty popular band that tours the United States.
That's crazy.
And so it's so wild. There's actually this album, not by them, but it's on Spotify called Sounds of Sahel rock or something like that, or sounds of rock on Sahel Rutsap. Hold on, I'm about to find it because I have it right up here.
Is it on Bandcamp or on you said on Spotify?
I found it on Spotify.
Okay.
Music from Saharan WhatsApp. That's what it's
Okay.
called. I'm gonna put it in the chat.
Music from Saharan WhatsApp.
And
That's
so if you Google that, it's
uh
basically like a collection of people. Uh,
no, I get exactly how you're describing it, because what it's reminding me of is like um uh um when I was in high school, my sibling and dad were trying to impress upon me how much manpower you need to make an album of music. And I was like, we live in the 21st century. There's no way that that's true. And I was like, I'm going to make, an hour's worth of music on GarageBand and just do that. There's nothing stopping me from doing that. It may not be like what people care about in terms of the quality or anything, but like I can make something that is emotionally like resonant and evocative to me, even if like no one believes that it's possible. And like before anyone gave me permission to do that, or I saw any examples of it, I think Grimes like was one of the first super popular people to do that. But before I even saw her album, I had already finished mine, and like this is it's giving that, right? It's like a group of people who are like, we love music and are going to find, like, despite the nature of our nomadic lifestyle and limited access to the West, we're going to figure out a way to make music. And they did.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
1000%. I mean,
Yeah.
a lot of Saharan rock music is like
Mhm.
people who makeshifted an electric guitar. Like
That's
the
so cool.
lead singer of Mdu Mokhtar, like
Mhm.
that's what he did. Like his first guitar was something he made himself. And like this album was literally just like he said, record a session on your cell phone, send it to me over WhatsApp, and I'll sell it on a pay what you will basis. And the music is lit. I'm not like, it doesn't
I
even,
believe it.
maybe, I don't know if he mixed or mastered it like once he got the actual recording, but
Mhm.
like the quality is pretty decent, like not gonna lie. And so I just like kind of think of that like really grassroots ways of distributing information. And like
Mhm.
I think a piece of this is like we need to preserve the internet as it has been, and we also need to like redistribute it to the people who like feel like uh, a big part of like my research project has been about, you know, re-sparking people's technological imagination and
Mhm.
like helping people realize that like the allure of convenience has made you think that you don't have the technological capacity to engage with technology in
Mhm.
ways that we already have done so before. um and so I imagine like in this world the large portion of the or of like, you know, Western population are people who don't, one, either don't understand why like this corporation going public is an issue,
Mhm.
and two, even if they do feel like it's an issue, they don't feel inspired to do anything about it
Mhm.
because what can I do? I'm not a developer. I'm not a
Right.
coder.
Right.
Um, but
Oh, so it could be like a story of a bunch of people who are from disparate backgrounds who just like, it seems like there's no way that they would like be able to pull this thing off, but just because they, where there's a will there's a way. It turns out that
uh-huh.
like the farmer understands how to do this thing because the software runs is the same thing that runs their agriculture, they're like harvesting robot or something like that. And then like this person
Some shit like
knows,
that.
yeah, like knows how to navigate the thing because they worked as a plumber, and so they understand how the waterways work. And it's like, yeah, that was like, oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
we're always there's a
Mm.
like blog post called always all
It's okay.
No words. Always already infrastructure. Hold on, I have it on my
Always.
class
I
website.
I love
That's
that.
not correct.
No, I want
That's
someone
not.
should write something that's called that. Always already infrastructure.
Let's see if I can find it. Always, always already programming.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a part of this class that I took called Solidarity Infrastructures, where I was like learning all the server shit.
Uh-huh.
And actually, it's funny because the topic of that class is already called like always already infrastructuring. I think somebody wrote that already. Or I think that was just like we were supposed to prepare writing or drawing that shares like about existing infrastructure so that we can already start to think about like how we can build a network infrastructure because we're already doing that in different ways in our lives. So it's like, yeah, I guess like it's like part preserving the internet, but part re-inspiring the like world to already think about how you can recapture your technological imagination just by doing the things you're already doing in your life. Like you are a person, you're a person who like always plans the family vacation. How can you apply that to technology? You know, how do you build that into your conception of the internet? So yeah, I like that idea of like the like members of this secret society being people who just rediscovered their energy for like technologying through doing shit that they already were doing. Like I think I came to it because, you know, I'm an organizer, you know, so I was like, and my organizing was largely done online. And I was like, okay, how the hell are we doing radical leftist organizing on Mark Zuckerberg's internet, on Elon Musk's internet? Like, surely we can organize people online the ways in which we want to, similar to the ways in which we organize people in person. And that just, maybe I didn't know the technical capacity for that yet, but it inspired me to learn about it and like to do more with it. So yeah, I like that idea.
Yeah, no, me too. I Googled always already, and it's a philosophical term regarding the perception of phenomena by the mind of an observer. The features of a phenomenon that seem to precede any perception of it are said to be always already present. That's really philosophically interesting to me because it's the counterpoint to epistemic injustice, right? It's epistemic injustice is where there is a communal agreed upon terminology and understanding of a thing, and you just don't have access to it, and therefore cannot speak truth to power in your own circumstance. But like always alreadiness, like especially when it comes to like our experience as people who live like subsumed in a technological landscape, means that it's sort of like giving people permission to name things. Like I don't know if that makes sense, but it's like there are so many novel experiences that we're having every day, and rather than like needing permission from anyone to say this is how you should think about it, like it's empowering to kind of like be aware that there are a million billion things that you're experiencing now that have yet to be named, and you are one of the people who gets to add to that library of understanding. Does that make sense?
It does make sense.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Like you were saying, like the internet is a manifestation of like what energy we put into it, which like I feel like has to mean that we're always already adding to the internet, which we are, you know,
literally.
You're already adding to the internet literally right now. We're doing it because we're doing it all.
Yeah. No, my stream, I'm
like,
uploading gigabytes worth of video to a server somewhere right now. Like we're changing
Yeah,
the texture of the universe in real time right
we're
now.
putting our spirits into it,
Yeah.
you know. It's just that who owns our spiritual energy is like Twitch
Right. Or
instead of
Google, yeah.
or Google or Amazon instead
Mm,
of like ourselves. And like
mm,
maybe at some point they want to get rid of this shit. And then
mm.
oh yeah, because if they get rid of it, they're not just getting rid of a piece of the internet, they're getting rid of a piece of us.
Yeah,
Damn.
it's our Egyptian shadow, right? The part of your soul that exists after you stop existing. Like that's what like digital evidence of us is in the modern day, rather than it being a bunch of like statues or or exclusively written information about us. Our digital footprint is our spiritual, what is it, ka?
Mm, damn, I wish I recorded this.
I'm recording it, don't worry.
Oh, beautiful,
Yeah.
beautiful, beautiful.
um yeah, sorry for not being for unintentionally not being forthright about that, but like I started simul streaming to YouTube last week, and so all my stuff is available. Everything's going to be available on YouTube in perpetuity until the Google servers like shut down. You know,
And
we're
get
talking
rid of
about.
us.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Okay, no, that's good because I'm like literally gonna forget about this or like the intricacies of what we just talked about. And I'm like, man, it like occurred to me to go off of, well, I wasn't gonna do it because if I took myself off the headphones, then that reverb would come back and all that good stuff. So yeah, honestly, I need to go make myself some dinner, but if you're still
Yeah.
online later,
No,
I
I'm
will
getting out
probably
of here. I need a break. I've been doing this for 6 hours now. I'm very proud of us, but also I'm gonna take like a 2-3 hour break. I might be back at like at 10.
okay, cool. That's
Mm,
I get activated at night, so I might like
okay, cool.
do some brainstorming, early writing thoughts and ideas to
Oh,
take
yeah.
to my friend later. Cool.
I'm gonna listen back to this. I'm gonna spend the 3 hours that I'm doing other stuff, like watching the YouTube VOD back at 2 times speed, and just be like, all right, here's the new ideas that I had while listening back to our conversation.
Oh my god, I'm ready for that
Yeah,
situation.
feedback loop. Okay.
All
All
right,
right.
I'm headed out.
Thanks, Gita. Yeah, later.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. Yeah, I was serious about what I was saying about heading out, so I'm gonna do that. Oh, I'll give y'all one last glimpse at the work that I did. Hold on. I want to center it. Did I do it? Yeah. Okay, so uh these are the character designs that I did. It's Muna, Edmund, Anya, Hargrove, Vasquez, and Benny. I also do want to go through what Faye and Layla were talking about, because Faye explained this thing. I didn't understand it. Faye says, no, I'm talking about literally the entirety of TikTok or those Discord servers advertising themselves as fandom spaces. I'm talking about general hyperfixation happy spaces rather than a specific space for a specific topic. Oh, okay. And Layla said, oh no, I have no experience with that kind of space. How you doing? You doing okay? You're not coming in here to like sneak talk about something? Okay. Lila said, I think I may have overdone it drinking. Oh wait, hold on. Speaking of shit not being archived, the Dirty Old Ladies podcast, the one with Iron Spike, is gone from the internet as far as I can tell. Ah, that's sad. I think I may have overdone it drinking like 2.5 tablespoons of coffee, feeling a bit blah. Librarians are so freaking nice. That's true. Faye says nerd spaces in general have been more and more toxic after COVID due to more allistic / toxic people becoming interested in stuff. which they're perfectly allowed to like. But God forbid you like something different or not like what they like. I don't know. This is very broad. As well as autistic people are picking up the word hyperfixation and watering it down by misusing it and then mistreating autistic people for actually experiencing hyperfixations. TikTok is an actual cesspool for that. Layla says, sorry, my mom was talking to me. I love you. This is, I love Crutches and Spice. I saw her on Field when I was in Philly, but I don't swipe on people I recognize from the internet as a rule. That's crazy. You know Crutches and Spice? Oh, who's that?
She's
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, from TikTok? Okay, words. God damn. I guess that's a pretty good policy. It's a good rule, says Layla. Nice designs, thank you. I believe that it's a good rule, even though I would not abide by that rule. Yeah, I think I'm gonna head out just so I can recoup some of my energy. I feel like today has been really like energetic, hectic in a good way. And I was able to do this work, which I'm going to now save and export a copy of to send to my client. And we'll see what they think. I kind of love this. It's defaulted to the manga like duotone thing. Where's this located? Okay, yeah. Save it. This has been the Petal Party with me, your host Buttercup, animator, illustrator, sequential artist. I'll probably be back around 10 p.m. Eastern time, so in 3.5 or so hours. Until then, I hope you have a fantastic time zone and enjoy the time between now and when I see you next. Yeah, I'm just gonna get a bite to eat. Maybe just like step away from the screen for a little bit, and then when we come back, maybe I'll start working on the next page for volume 2 chapter 6. I don't know. We'll see. All right, see y'all later.